Hello guys, massive sneezes there for me. We are live. We're back in again for 1.9. Right then, it's slightly different today because I'm on yet another barracks again. I'm back down in Chepstow again, helping with the refugee thing again. You know, if you've been watching some of my May weekly series, you'll see that I've been down here before. I need to charge my phone, but I don't have enough. I guess I don't technically need the mouse. I'll get rid of the mouse. Just so it frees up a slot for my USB. Because I'm going to need to use my phone today to keep an eye on the chat because I do not have two monitors with me. Come on. Open the dungeon cleaner. Is this crashed? Has it crashed? Game Maker's crashed. Just bloody started. I've never seen Game Maker crash before. I don't know why. I don't know why it's done that. So we'll crack straight into it. We will have a bit of view. I'm on 100% CPU. Why? What? Microsoft compatible telemetry. It's gone away now that I'm looking at it. And now Game Maker won't open again. What's going on here? So I'm hoping this has nothing to do with that bloody... Oh, my drink's over there. I'm hoping it's got nothing to do with this breach of security that the Ministry of Defence recently had. I mean, apparently all our bank leak details, our names, and our fucking addresses has all been leaked. There is some suspicions on who it could be, but they don't want to fully announce it. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm going to go grab my drink. Alright. There we go. So, now that I'm back in, there we go. It's actually doing stuff now. See, it crashes when we click on that. Is my hard drive compromised? No, it's good. Wait, it loaded. There we go. So, let's have a look at some of the things that we actually got in during the 1.8.1 and 1.8.2 updates. Technically, the 1.8.2 was never live. It never fully went live. And we also need to update this. Nope, it's not in there anymore, is it? It is actually in setup. That's why I want to set up. Because our setup file is now here. 9.0. Yes, we've moved it there. So, starting off, so obviously we've moved the game version into here. This has allowed for freed up some the ability for us to check the game version in other places using this variable. We will be using that so we can add a few extra buttons on the main page, namely so that way if I decide to when we get down the line and we start getting longer periods of time between updates, I can have the button come up and say, hey, new version of the game's out now, come download it. But we've had a few problems with that I can't figure out, so that has not been implemented yet. Secondly, as for the 1.8.1 update, all of our stains, beautiful, beautiful stains, have now been fully implemented into the game. They will be in dungeons. We just reused. All right, to here we moved up. We just reused the blood count and blood seed codes again. We made a few slight changes to them. We swapped some variables, like we swapped B and a C around so that things would add up slightly differently. We changed how some of the things would be calculated, and when it came to it selecting the method by which it was going to choose its coordinates, that has also changed. Oh, getting a message already. That could mean something's not going right there. No, it's just me being sent a message. Cool, I'm going to load up my Twitter so I can actually see, not Twitter, Twitch. So I can actually see my chat, make sure my volume's turned off. So say I have no second screen today, so it's the only way I'm going to be able to see my chat. The problem I'm going to have with this then is it does mean then I'm not going to be able to see. That's what I can see the general. There we go. So yeah, so it basically just takes these codes, there's slight tweaks on them, and then it spawns in the blood and the not the blood, the bones and the web exactly the same way that the blood does. But because it's got, like I say, because I've swapped some variables around, because I've swapped some of the coordinate selection codes, as you can see in here. Let's go to bone seeds. Is this the one? Yeah, as you can see here, look, it's choice 2, 3, 0, 1, 4. So they've been swapped around, so that way it should shift and move things to different spots. Generally, when it does do it, so quite often I tend to find that the bones do tend to spawn over the blood, which I don't mind so much. But it doesn't always do it. I mean, we can get a bit of a demonstration here. I have forgot to take off full screen mode and volume, so we'll have to go to options first. Options. Let me just turn this down. I actually want to slightly change this edition so we can, like, say, click here and jump up to us. We'll take it out full screen mode. There we go. Menu, new, campaign, random. So as you can see, it didn't spawn any blood, any bones, but yeah, things do spawn. Generally, when you've got a lot of stuff, say the bones do like to spawn over the blood. Cobwebs like to spawn in various places. And they're set up the same way, so they can't spawn over chests and stools, apart from the cobwebs. Cobwebs can spawn over chests and stools because we can walk on those spots to clean them up. So you now have more things to clean up. As you can see here, blood spawned over that, and actually I missed a spot here where it can still spawn cobwebs. I forgot to tell the stairs to delete cobwebs. So we need to update that as well. So that needs to be added to our code. We messed around with the price of things slightly, so it's now using the gold, bronze, silver variables, where it will calculate a variable. It will calculate the value based on a slight bit of coding, similar to what we used to have, where it would increase the price each time. But this time, it'll get up to a certain point, like, say, when it gets into the silver, it divides it and then mods it by 200, 0, whatever or not. So that way, it gives you just a pure silver value. It gives you a pure copper, pure silver, pure gold value. There is no silver copper value. I am considering changing that very soon. I'm thinking about changing it so I should load the game again. So the first thing we do is I'm going to change this. Back new, back campaign, random. So yeah, rather than having this where it just gives us like a copper coin value here and it gives us a number, what I'm thinking of doing is changing this to showing 3 different coins, like a gold coin, probably starting about here, so it's a little bit in, silver in the middle, bronze, copper at the end. Well, to originate, my new idea is going to be, so it starts off just showing the copper coin, but when you earn the silver coin, the copper coin will move over and the silver coin will draw in, and then as the gold coin gets added, then they'll squeeze down again so you get all 3 coins, and potentially adding a 4th platinum coin at the end. And then, as much as I'd love to keep the D, I'm thinking of moving the D up slightly, or maybe even getting rid of the D altogether and then having the number of the coin spawn over the top of the coin. So that way it shows you, hey, you have this many gold, this many copper, this many silver. That way we can do the same thing for the shop, where rather than it saying, hey, look, here's your copper coin, here's how it costs, then it can have like platinum, gold, silver, bronze with the numbers over them. So that way you can see exactly how much this thing costs, and it can be, a little bit more flexible. So you can use both silver and copper to buy things at the same time. But yeah, so we got that in. That needs to come and say, this is the first thing I want to work on, is moving this bar. What else? We also need to swap out our variables so we don't keep coming into full screen with music on. So let's get on with that first. Sprites, set up, get our things done. We've still got some things we have to show off before we continue. You become 0. You become 0. You become 0, because we don't want to be going floor to floor and having to actually play the game whilst we're debugging. Okay, so that's that. So we've seen And the new spawn stuff, which we need to fix slightly. We will do that first. Well, actually, we'll do that second because I want to do the volume thing first. The second thing that we've also added, which came in 1 point... Was it in the 0.1? And I forgot my trail of thoughts now. What's my trail of thought? I've completely forgotten. I generally have forgotten now. Let's load the game back in. Maybe it'll show me what it is we added. And done. I know for a start in the shop update, we've done it now. So, there was things. So, yep. So now we've got these tools implemented. This also does things now. You can physically upgrade your mops. Oh, crap, didn't want to do that. It has the ability to speed up. Generally, with how it's set up now, so this, I think I've got it set for 5 upgrades on each. Or maybe if these are infinite. But generally, this will give you about a 10% boost. Well, no, wait. Sorry. Stand corrected. The speed one, not the speed one, the strength upgrade, which is a little bit more rare now, gives you a 20% boost in all stats. Whereas these ones only give you like a 10% boost in once. No, wait, other way around. The strength one gives you a 10% boost in all stats. These give you a 20% boost in the individual stat. I'm pretty sure there's still 5 on each. So that should be like 100% off one of these, 50% off that one, giving you a 250% cleaning rate if you fully get them. Obviously, some things are still likely to change. You can see it there as well. We've also added the bag upgrade. This upgrades how much money you can carry. With, as you can see there, it shows you this costs 2 silver because the maximum you can carry now is 2 silver, 200 coins. So you have to max out your money, then you can come buy a money bag, and that will give you the ability to carry more money. So we've increased that. And the final thing that we actually did, and we started this, I've not fully finished this yet. It's just this line of code here. Now, a lot of people will question, what is this? What's this? Left, up, down, escape, inv, and interact. Why do they equal numbers? Now, you see, what this is if we use the ASCII codes for calculating letters, that is the code for a capital A. That is the code for capital D, W, D, E, the escape button, our E button, and our space button. And rather than it just saying, hey, if I press this, I want, in my coding now, it's saying, hey, as you can see, if we go to the Globo, as you see now, keyboard check. Rather than it saying, hey, if I press right or if I press left, if I press D minus off A, it now says, hey, look at these global variables and check the ASCII keys, and which will still equivalent to DNA. That's because one of the implements that I want to try and get in this episode as well is a new feature where you can change your controls. So if you don't want to use WASD, you instead can use, say, the arrow keys, or maybe you want to use, I don't know, ZXCS. Potentially, just potentially, and I need to refresh myself on how this is done because I don't remember. I'd have to look at the manual again. I believe it was the last thing I was looking at in the manual. Yep. I'm just looking at inputs and such. Potentially, we can add controller. And that one is going to be a massive one because in our roadmap, we go back down to our roadmap. Notes. Past all this, our roadmap, as you can see here. Our next massive update is going to be bringing this to Androids and iOS. iOS, a little bit harder because I can't test it. It's easy. You just speak to Morgan and have him test things for me to make sure things work properly. But hopefully it works. I'm hoping if I can get it to work on an Android, it should work on iOS. Because I would like to get it on the App Store. I mean, as we can currently see, you can see that to start with, I have started pushing out a few adverts. Just advertising the game. I cancelled those two because they were too expensive and they weren't really doing anything. Whereas these ones, as you can see, these bottom two aren't really doing much. I mean, that's getting loads of views, just nobody's clicking it. And I know why, because it's right at the bottom of the page, so I'm probably going to cancel that one. Whereas these ones that are higher up on pages or somewhere near the top, they are actually getting a few clicks. But more importantly, if we actually go to the game, as you can see, we are now getting views. Say we got 13 views yesterday. We're not getting any downloads still. So what I'm hoping is if you can actually see where people are coming from. Roll chat, EverQuest, GameMaker. Oh, some people actually came from the GameMaker forum, so somebody did actually look on that. And then we've had a few people download a couple of the newer generations, but nobody's downloaded these ones. So, what? Oh, somebody came from my Patreon page. Oh, somebody actually been to my Patreon page? Cool. Intriguing. Interesting. But as always, the game is always 100% free. Always will remain 100% free. I'm not interested in earning money off this game. If you want to make a donation, make a donation. But until then, we don't. And the final thing, which will probably annoy a lot of people, you probably saw it and I never mentioned it, which came in the unreleased the 8.2 upgrade. I hate it when it does this, which just gives you a random compiler error, even though I've not changed the code. So just do a clean, run the game again, and it should play this time. I don't know why it does it. As you can see, we do now have a little Patreon button down in the corner. If we do click, it does now take us to our Patreon page, where here you can. This is the only place that I'll accept donations. I've completely removed donations from my itch page. You have to get it from here now. If you want to do it, you have to come here. Well, technically we've got no products. We've only got membership at the minute. We can enter one of our 2 tiers. You can either be an egg or a hatchling. More tiers will come down the line. Egg's just the minimum donation you can make, because apparently 10p is not an acceptable donation, whereas that is. So that is a feature that is now in the game. So it just makes things easier, because that way when people look at the itch page, it used to, when you clicked on it, it would come up and say, hey, you can make a donation, or you click this button and you can get the game for free. And I was kind of worried that when people are looking at that because it's saying make a donation straight away or click this button, people aren't reading that click this button to get the game for free. That they're just seeing, oh, he wants a £1.69 for this, it's not a free game. So they're not downloading it and trying out this free game. So, like I say, we've moved it now. Everything on itch is free. There is no please donate here button anymore. It's just there. And then we'll obviously now we've set up the Patreon for those who do wish to donate. That way you can download, you can make a donation, you can pay me once or keep paying me so I can keep affording more drinks. But anyway, on to things today. I'm going to sneeze again. I can feel it coming. First things first, like I say, we want to get this. So, event step. We want to fix the, the actual slider. I'm going to sneeze. I can really feel this is starting to burn. Oh. Right, so these are the coordinates that we need to put it in. Kind of. So I'm just going to bring these in. So, if mouse underscore x is greater than or equal to that, and mouse, that's not an and, that's sensible, and mouse underscore y is greater than or equal to y. Let's just keep them close. Hello viewer, welcome to the channel. I can see you've joined us. So next, mouse x is less than or equal to. Now it needs to be this x plus this, but we need to minus off the little bit we've got at the start. So 256 knocked off that, just 256. And then it's the same again for the y. and mouse y is less than or equal to y plus on. And this one we don't have to worry about minusing anything off because there's no extra on the y. So, oh, I forgot the underscore in that. So if the mouse is within the vicinity of, well, it's inside the box. If mouse check press, button check press, and I believe it's left. Mouse button left, there we go. If the left button is pressed, now what it needs to do is it needs to do a slight calculation the same way this does it. Slide. Is this? No, not that. It's this one. This one does a calculation. You see, because that can move back and forth. We can't go above or below the bar itself. What part is I want? If mouse checks release of this button, create depth of this, destroy self. Music equals set divided by that. X minus size x plus 228. What? Oh, because, right, it's basically saying take the coordinates that I'm at, remove the origin point of the... Oh. Huh. What have I done here? What's this all about? What have I actually done here? I'm struggling to understand my own code here. Right, so that's just saying get the mouse, get this thing to follow the mouse. If X goes above these points, then X is to stop at those points. You're never to go beyond the two endpoints. Variable set equals object slider. Oh yeah, so it is. It's take my coordinates, minus off the origin point of the actual bar, which is like the center of the bar, and then add on 228. Why is it add on 228? Who's there? It's drawing it over here. I think that's correct anyway. So we need to do a variant of this. See, when you don't look at codes and you don't draw notes, you can't remember what things do. It's annoying. Right, so if we do that. Right, variable set. Variable set equals mouse underscore x. So we just need that. Because that's the true point. Yeah. So wherever we click on that, that's where the new X should be. Don't think we need a lot of this. Oh no, we do. We need this bit to be calculated because that works out then where the mouse is on the across the bar. Then it divides it by that to give you the thing. Right then, so we don't need this bit of code. We just need to calculate that. Now this needs a new piece, because this needs a new step event. So that's saying if that's the destroy that, create that. So I want this to now do instead is I want this. This has a create event, doesn't it? There we go. I want you to do that. Kind of. Slide, yes. What I want you to do is I want you to set your X coordinate. X now equals something. Is it object underscore slider dot X plus that? I think that's correct. That needs to be capitalized, so it is actually the object. Ah, Jesus. Really, this only really happens whenever I'm on stream. See, so it's not correct. So that's not doing what it's supposed to do. Minus 228, I think. I'm sure it's minus. It should be minuses all the way through. Oh, for God's sake. Bloody compiler again. Yeah, see, so now if we just click on there, then it's... I think now we've got the problem of if we click and hold and then it doesn't do that. So really what we should be doing is we shouldn't be having it move that. What it should be doing is I want you to still move to there just in case. What I want it to do is I want this to do something else. I want you to destroy instance underscore destroy. Oh, it's in a photo now. It's destroy object underscore slide. And then instance underscore create. And to spell. Depth. Right, actually. What we can do is we can do this bit here. We can do that. No. God's sake. Create that. No, I don't want to create the slider at that point now. Wait. Yeah, so destroy, not self. Object underscore slide. No, not slider, slide. I don't want you to create the slider 2. Wait. Ah, for God's sake. That was correct. I was looking at the wrong object. So where's the slider gone? What? There's the slide. There's the slide. Where's my slide object gone? My slider. Why are you there? Must have accidentally clicked it. That'll be where I've got confused because I've accidentally clicked it. Oh, I've got to blow my nose in a second. This is really annoying me. Right, so create the slider. Right then, the same as with this. Let's click do that, do that. And I want you to create. I think that's correct. That's more because it can't move on its X and Y, so that shouldn't do that. So now that's going to try and create on that layer. I don't want it to create that. I actually want it to create here. So Y becomes that. And then create on X. Mouse underscore X. Oh, I think I got it there. I think I got it right now. So what it's to do is it's to set the slide. If you click on the bar, it sets the music immediately to the new volume. It destroys the old slider and then creates the sliding slider. The sliding slider will obviously do its thing. Every step that it moves, it will try and update the music. And if you let go of it, it'll create that one. So if you click and let go, it should instantly create this slider and then put the new one in. So hopefully now, that should do what I'm hoping it does. So if I click here, it comes to me and it slides around. If I let go, it stays. If I click and let go, it stays here. Hopefully. Yep, I know that sounded weird and I just apologise for that, but that just proves now that the sound works. The soundbar does what I wanted it to do. That is now fixed. Second thing that we wanted to fix on our list of things that we needed to fix was our calculations, our stairs, and our walls, I guess, around the stairs. Is it part of their code? No. So it must just be the stairs then. Step. Typically, no, that's just calculating for when we leave. It does the calculations for us. So where's the part of the code that says delete? Delete things. Is it in blood? In step? That's destroy blood. That's connecting blood types. There's it clean itself up, as you can see. Look, minus the strength and twice the mock level strength. I don't see the part of the code that tells it to delete. Is it in room controller when it spawns the stairs itself? Spawn the exit. Yeah, it is. Look, if instance placed, then it destroys that blood. And right, okay, so copy that twice. So there shouldn't be a stain because the stains only spawn over carpets. Carpets don't fully spawn yet. So delete if object web is there. I want you to delete the web and lower the web spawned. I'm sure it's web spawned. It is. Same here. We've got bones. I want you to delete the bones. And then here it is. Bone spawned. Sure, it's bone spawned. It is. Cool, so that's now deleting them. So that's fixed the 2 mistakes we've made. Nice. So let's just clear out my workspace. Let's just get rid of all of this. Create a new workspace. Cool, so that's the 2 errors fixed that we saw. 2 little bugs. So, dealt with. Well, there's a bug and a slight update. So, what is our main effort at today's update? Now that we're 30 minutes in, what are we trying to code today? Today we are coding a new pathing system for our dungeon. No longer will our dungeon be, just a long line of corridors, and then every now and again it decides, hey, I want to split off and go this way, I want to split off and go this way, blah, blah, blah. I'd be a little bit more polite if I just use my cup rather than let's use my cup. I brought this cup for a reason, mostly so I can have brews. Let's not drink from the bottle. Let's drink from a cup. Like a civilized person. Green army cup. Cool. So, I'm going to ruin my idea. I actually wrote this all out to make things a bit easier for me so I knew what I was doing. Right then. So, hopefully I understand what most of this means. So what it's going to do is it's going to use like some new cycling variables again. These are the ones where they start off at 0, and as room things get added to it, it increases that value until it gets to say like 100, or until it gets above 1,000, for instance. Then it takes 1,000 off it. So if it starts off at say 990, and then the next stage adds 112, making it so 990 plus 112. Would be 1,100 and wait, would it be? Yeah, 990 plus 112, 1,000, 1,100, 1,102. So take 1,000 off, leaving you 102. So that way we're not losing that little bit. So that way, if it's adding like say 90 over and over again, you go up to 990. The next one will then take you to 1,080, dropping it to 80. So that way, rather than it going from 90, the 180, 27, it's going to be the same value, but 10 less because it's starting on 80 rather than 90. So changes the cycle so things move. So in this variable is going to be like using parts of the SO code. It's going to have a moving part of the SO code, so it'll do one of those mods. So it'll choose, a part of where our SO is coming from, using the cycling variable, modding it down so it each time it runs it from a different point. You'll also be using room ID and the floor numbers, so we can minimize it. So what's it going to be doing? We're going to be setting a corridor number, a maximum number of corridors, and a maximum number of rooms. This will also include all the parts of the room. I'll explain this down the line. So, to start with, we're going to be starting from our start room as always. That will always be our starting room. It's always going to head down. But what it's going to do now is, essentially, rather than just going down a room and then going, hey, choose one of my directions using our code, which took us bloody forever to work out, what it's now going to do is use the same kind of coding, but decide, hey, I want a room between, 1 to 4 blocks long. And what it will do from there is it will then, it has to do a check first to make sure it can spawn that full room, because basically if it's only got 2 blocks below it before it goes out of bounds, then it'd be like, hey, I can't do that many rooms, so we're going to have to do a corridor that's only 1 long, because we've got to always have a junction block at the bottom. Then once it's spawned that corridor part in, wherever, we'll say that we're on top floor, we'll go from the middle, we're in room 45. And it decides, I want to do a corridor that's 3 long. So it'll then put in those 3 corridors in. It will then clear out all the walls in that space and then just put in the little filler points where it needs it. It will then spawn a junction room. Well, actually, once it's done that corridor, it will then add. So that one's a 3 wide corridor. So it's got 6 points on it, 3 on each side, where will all be added to like 2 arrays. The first array being the room ID it's in, so 45 won't be it, it'll be 55 will be the first one, it'll be added to an array. And then the second array will get the 1, 2, 3, 4 to dictate the direction it's in. So in that case, if we're going with the left side, it'll be 55, 4. But then it will also then add to it another 55 and 2, because there's potential for it to go right. It'll actually do 55, 2 and then 55, 4 because it searches up, down, right, down, left. And then it will go down to the next room where it'll then add 65, 2, 65, 65, 2, 65, 4, and 75, 2, 75, 4. So we've got a list then of all the potential offshoot points, and we have a list of all the directions they're coming from. This is important. Then that array gets stored to the side. The next thing it will do then, once it's got to the end of that corridor, it will then go to the next square down, and it creates a junction room. Obviously, it will then clear out the walls going up. It will choose its direction. It could be 1, 2, 3, or it could be 1 to 3 different directions. At that point, it will then say, hey, I want to now go this way. And it will then spawn another long corridor, between 1 to 4 wide. Going that way, create another junction room, do that. And it keeps going around, drawing this junction room and adding those blocks to an array with the directions they're in. So it creates this corridor loop. The idea being as well that if, I think I've got it wrote here, let's say, so it says it heads down, choose the length, corridor, spaced off, if the space is available, remove the walls between and adds the fillers. And at this point, it's going to seal all the doors along the corridor. Now, this just makes things a little bit easier. I know it's going to be annoying because it means sealing off these doors and then deleting them later, but this will be a lot easier if we do it that way. Then it adds all the potential spots for rooms to an array and the directions to a second array, just to make things easier. And then at the end, it adds a junction room, chooses a direction, adds a new corridor on a random length, and then carries on. But more importantly, this point here, as it says, if this ever circles round, if it ever goes round in a circle, for instance, and the end of a corridor is a previously spawned corridor, or potentially, say, if it loops back around, hits on a junction block, at that point, it then selects something off these potential lists. It just chooses a random room out that list and goes, hey, I want to go off room, I don't know, in that case, 65. We had the ability to go left, then, so it chooses a random ID along that array. So say it chooses index 3, I don't know, that's 65. It then goes to the potential, chooses index 3 again. So that's the one it was chosen, which is going left. And then it carries on spawning until it spawned all the corridors. So once all the corridors are spawned, it's then going to select from the room array. Just choose a random variable along it. And then choose the same door, obviously. At this point, then, it will then delete it from the array because we don't need it anymore. Well, it'll add those into a temporary array. Delete them from the main array because they're no longer needed. We can't come off there. You remove the door from that point. It will then determine a room type and expand into it. So then that way you can have a corridor, we'll just have a little room branched off to it, and this could be a dining room, it could be a cafeteria, well, dining room, cafeteria, same thing. It could be a kitchen, a library, a barracks, just a common room. Then from there, like I said, this room expand thing is there basically saying, hey, you've got this here. Potentially you could have a 2 wide of this room, or you could have a 2x4 or an L shape or whatnot, and then it expands the room out. With the corridors, I should state on this, the corridors where we determined up here the new variables, where we've got the corridor variables, this will be how many of those long corridors could spawn. So we need to be a bit more careful with this one. I'm not sure if I'm going to say a 4 long corridor is the same as a 1 long corridor or not. It probably won't. I'd probably say, hey, a 1 or a 2 corridor counts as 1, or a 3 or a 4 counts as 2. Just to do that. Oh, and maybe add a 5 long corridor, which counts 3. So a lot more corridors, and then obviously then the rooms will get counted off that. And if you've got a 2 wide room, that will count as 2, because we don't want to make the dungeon massively massive. We want it to be compact still. So we got to this point here. Selects the room, removes the door, determines the type of the room, expands the room if need be, and then potential it might add extra doors to this. Now, by this, what I'm stating is, if you've got this really long corridor here, and you've got, like, say, a 2x2 room here, the door's coming in here. You've got another block down here, which is still connected. It's not to add a door here because it's on the same corridor. But if, say, it junctions round like that, it could potentially add a door here. And then it could add a second door here. Because, it's just two different entrances into that same room. Then it will spawn all its furniture. In this point, we're going to spawn the furniture earlier in the code. It may make things a little bit more laggy because now you've actually got all the furniture spawned really early on, whereas our current version spawns the furniture as you enter the room and the blood as you enter the room. So that way, you've got a chance to go in there with minimal objects spawned in the game. You've got a chance to clear out the blood to minimize how many objects are in that point in the game. Then you move on to the next room and it spawns the next sort of things, whereas now all the furniture is going to be spawned. Then all the blood's going to be spawned. So it's going to be essentially like you're running around the dungeon at the end of it after you've cleaned everything. But every time you enter a room now, it's going to spawn the blood. Then once you've done that, you'll then go on to select the next lot of rooms. Now, once again, we'll put this bit here. The rooms, once all the rooms are spawned, on last room with exit. Now, this doesn't mean what you think it is. It's not just to say, hey, you're the last room that spawned, you have the exit. This is going to be a new room type where it's going to spawn off a random corridor and it is going to be just a room with the exit in it now. So that way it's probably going to have nothing in there other than blood, bones, dust and whatnot. Just because I imagine when you enter a dungeon, you're not going to enter a dungeon and there's going to be treasure chest immediately in the spawning room. I mean, who does that in a dungeon? There's then player, if that was the case, then as a adventure party, I'd just enter and go, oh, look, chest, take that. All right, let's leave. Let's go buy some stuff with it. Unless, you prep for it. Especially if the chests are respawn, like some dungeons, so I've seen some animes where they're like, oh yeah, the dungeon basically restocks itself. There's another game that's similar to this one where you go around and refill the chests for the next adventuring party and such. Obviously, I don't want the players to just come in, grab that and leave, so there's no point. It's just going to be like an empty room with some stuff in it. I mean, potentially it might be clean. Well, probably not. There's obviously going to be guards. So yeah, new room type then. And finally, the fog clears for entire corridors upon entering and the junctions. So essentially what I'm saying here is, if when you first exit the room you start in and you go into that corridor, that entire corridor and the junction room at the bottom will clear itself. If, so that way you get that entire line. If the junction room, carries on going, if it's so you get from here, goes on a bit, junction room, carries on a little bit, junction room, carries on a bit more, junction room, then goes up. That entire line will clear itself out of the fog of war. So, you've entered it, obviously you can see right to the bottom. Maybe I won't go all the way, maybe it'll just go junction room to junction room. And it also accounts for if you enter a room and it's a 4x4 room, it removes all the fog of war. So I need to program new entrance blocks. I think I've got ways on how to deal with that. We will get to that as we get to it. As you see here, entering room clears on the entire room. And then at that point, once you enter it, that's where it spawns the blood. So that's going to be our new system, but we need to work on this. This is going to be very, very complicated, especially since it actually stops a lot of this from doing what it does. I mean, all of our coding here no longer will work for this. Neither will any of this. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. Well, let's crack on, shall we? So, what I'm thinking here is if I, instead of doing what we normally would do, where we'd spawn in this controller and it then spawns everything else, blah, 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 blah. What I'm thinking is, if we keep all of this exactly the same, I mean, what's this actually doing? What is this code? Oh, that's a starter room. Let's put that as a thing. Right, choose starting room. After that, once it's chosen starting room, you usually go through, it does this massive grid, and then it spawns a room patrol in every single room. And then the room controller essentially does everything. It comes in, it creates absolutely everything. What I'm thinking of is I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to call it room controller new. So that way, if this goes horribly wrong, we've always got our regular room controller that we can go back to, and we can set it back to that. So from now on, you no longer spawn the room controller. You now spawn room controller underscore new. You spawn in the new room controllers. Cool. So upon creation, it can keep most of this for now, I think. Yeah. Okay. And I'm generally going to let it keep. You know what? Delete all of this. Upon creation, I don't need to do absolutely anything. So that should now hopefully run. I'm going to be doing a lot of checks. Right, so. Yep. It's not going to do it because it doesn't spawn the player. So actually, I'm slightly going to change my mind here. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete everything but the top line. So if my ID is that, then create the player, basically. I don't remember what most of this does. Oh, that creates the shop in that room as well, doesn't it? Yeah, so wherever the player starts, it always has a shop. Cool. And, right, so create instance, with instance create shop. IDT, because it needs to have T so it can spawn the thing. You don't need to have any of this anymore, not yet, because we don't know if we're going to need that. And finally, the last thing we want to do, and I'm going to steal it from here, step, because it should have some coding here to spawn a sink. Step. Cool. Next thing is the draw event, because as you can see here, it draws this blackout thing. Whereas if the room is not activated, then it does whatever. Right, so, and then what I do is activated. So 0 is non-activated, 1 is doing its spawning stuff, 2 is players not entered, so it's 3 because the player has entered the room. So that should spawn, hopefully. I know this is annoying, so we've got a room, we've got the shop, everything else is blacked out, and we've got the sink. Cool. Right then, so now we've got the annoying parts. We need to start coming up with some calculations for this. So, the first things first, it needs to choose a direction. Now, luckily, we've got a lot of calculations for this. So, with it being the starting, I don't like how this is set up because I can't really easily get to things. So, with this being a new room, it should have, yep, it spawns all the walls around it. It's active, becomes right. Openings on all rooms will now be 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Yeah, because they'll open doors. Doors will now be the sealed sections. Exit will be where it's come from. And that is the chosen point. Cool. So, just back to the step. What I now need it to do. If activated is equal to 1, Wait. If player doesn't exist, do that. Why does it need to have to, if the player doesn't exist, do this? Huh. Oh, right, because that stops it from doing it continuously. Right. Right, so if activated becomes 1, you're now going to start running codes. I also need it to run code here. So your activated becomes 1 now. Because it's going to run this code. Obviously the player, once it's run this code, it'll be like, oh, the player's actually in this room, so change 3 to 3, so we'll need another one. Hey, if my variables start, then go to 3. But now we're getting annoying. It's going to get annoying because we don't have a choice here. Function door choice A and B, chooser and ID. Well, so that just takes part of the variables based off the room ID and the chooser. That should also be taken into account floor. It does there. Global minus current room. That's where the end is. Okay, I'm just going to leave that. Right, let's have a look at how I've got it to do this. How did I get it to choose which way the door would go? Oh wait, no, the current room gets plus by 1. Okay, so that makes sense because then that continually adds to the current room so we don't go above the set value we want. So keep that code. I'm going to be going back and forth a lot. Put the sink in the corner. So not all rooms are going to have sinks anymore, so we don't need that. Right. Possible. Right, so this is where it's going to start looking at where it can and can't spawn rooms. Ugh. So, straight away, I still want the chooser. So it needs to select an array. It's just going to be openings now, I guess. So the chooser. I think chooser. Yeah. That was just basically an array to say, hey, I want you to choose which direction you're going. Okay. So it's the door choice. This is going to get really complicated because we're just rewriting the entire bloody thing again. Right then, so what I want you to do is I want you to run door choice. It's something. So no, it's not variable. So it's underscore chooser, which is a variable 0 to start with, and it should be my ID. I think it says my ID in this. Let's just double check. I don't remember. see, we're going back and forth a lot on this now, just because I can't remember how to do most of this. So what's the code called? It's called door choice. Look for door choice. So I don't know what most of this does. So Xera's running it, and yeah, it's my ID. Okay. Wait. Really? An array was expected. Really? What? Mod length. Array length. Oh, so it's got to choose from that. Okay. Okay, I see what this is doing. Right, so. No, not Dungeon Controller. Okay, I understand. So the chooser value is actually just its openings. So that should now, the one room controller that we are in, should now just randomly choose a door, I think. That way we're not always just heading down to start with. Yeah, so now we can head up in any direction. Right. If my ID is less than or equal to, is it 1 to 10? It's less than or equal to 10. Just on the top row. Open. How have I got open? Set up 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if your ID is on top one, array, is it delete? Yeah, it's array delete. From opening. Oh no, we can't just do that. Well, we can do that on this one actually. Array opening, I want you to delete entry 0, and I want you to delete because it's the first command, so that's always going to happen. And the reason I was questioning that is because now when we get to the point of, hey, delete the side ones, such, if we get the corners, then it starts deleting weird and wonderful things. So, if my ID is greater than or equal to 1, so it's on the bottom row, we can do this again. Array delete from the opening array. Now, what I want you to delete is I want you to delete array length opening -1. I want you to delete 1 point. Okay, so that means if my bottom array, it will not spawn too far in any direction, going up or down, left and right. How do we do this bit again? Okay, we could just steal the code from in here because we had the code ourselves for this. Oh no, we just had it like select from the doors and create a new list and say, hey, don't spawn on these sides. But no, I'm not doing that anymore. Not at this state. Well, should we? So essentially, it's going to be sealing it. Yeah, because I don't want this. If this is on the edges, I don't want it to ever select these ones. So these ones should always be removed from the. It should be put into a door array to say seal permanently. Hmm. Okay. Okay. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to steal a piece of code from here. I'm going to keep this piece. So what this will do is increase the room ID. I then want you to do that. Then what I want is I want you to. I'd like for you to go further down so we can actually have that in the middle of the page. But okay, don't do that then because you're not capable. Right, so create for an event. No, wrong one. For variable I equals 0. Oh, equals 0. Keep doing this as long as I is less than array length doors. Then I want you to do I plus plus each time. Why does something not look right here? Oh, I know why it's not right. Because I've used the wrong marker there. It's not a comma, it's a colon. So essentially it's saying, hey, end this line. Right, so I want you to go through the doors event, keep doing it as long as that is less than that. So that way if there's at least one door in there, it'll run it once and so on and so forth. Okay. And what I want you to do is I want you to do array get index, and I want you to temp equals array get index of opening doors I. And then array underscore delete opening temp 1. Now, because I want to minimize the code, I'm going to take this bit, I'm going to show it in there, and then I'm going to delete this line. I've missed a bracket out there. So I want you to delete from the opening the index of this, which should be, let's say, well, from the index of the opening, doors minus I, yep, sweet, so that should do that. So if there's anything then in the opening array, then it gets rid of them. I've got to keep the name the same though, because if we have to move back to controller, then it needs to do that right. So it chooses a direction, as long as it's not on one of the edges. So this is following the plan so far. Let me just refer back to my notes. Room idea. Why do I need this cycling variable again? Oh, I need that for making thingy. For spawning the corridor length and such. I was also going to use it for the junction, even though technically, does the junction have a cycling variable in it? Whatever. So setups, this will be an SC setup. Types, maximum rooms, current room, right. Global dot max corridor equals 2 to start with, doesn't really matter. Global dot cycle value 0. Yeah. They were not directed at me, those messages, so I don't care. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to now come back into this, the door choice. Value plus equals global cycle value. And F now equals global dot SO global dot cycle value mod 10 bracket. Yeah. Global dot cycle value plus equals F plus on value. Yeah. So that one's that. And then what I want to do is I want to come back into the new spawn thing. Step. And I want to make a very last step for everything here. If global dot cycle value is ever greater or equal to 1000, global dot cycle value minus equals 1000. So that way it always drops back down to 0. Cool. Right, so you have made a choice in your corridor. Now, we also had code in here, so we could do a split. How did I do the split? If chooser is greater than 1, if array length chooser is greater than 1, what is this? It chooses another door. If array length is 3 and splitter value is greater than 500. Then it does this calculation. which has a chance to then add second door. There's another calculation stuff. So how does it work out what the splitter value is going to be? Where did I do the splitter value? Just looking for global splitter. Where does it work out the splitter value? See, this is why I hate having to redo code. Split. Find the splitter value. That's where it resets the splitter values. Work out the number to the split. There's a code for it. Okay. Okay. So that's how it does it. We go back to now. Look at that. It's not the dungeon control we're looking at. It's you. For God's sake. Oh, we are looking at that. We're just looking at the wrong stage. Alright, so it runs the split code almost immediately. Okay. So I'm going to take that as well. I'm going to put that into there. Oh. Do that. Okay. So I mean, this is getting annoying. Annoyingly annoying. Right, so from here. This room's really warm as well, which isn't helping me. So how do I do this? If the opening array is larger than 1, which it always will be, unless it's stuck in a corner. This is why I chose it to be doors. Oh god, this is getting way more complicated than I thought it was going to be. So it selects the doors, removes the doors from the opening. Okay. So it knows how many directions it can go. It also needs to remove its exit value. Because that tells it where it's just come from. Wait. Oh, for God's sake. Right. Now, exits, openings will be... Right, let's just rearrange these. Wait, no, let's put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Back, I say. Okay, so the first thing it has to do is it has to remove the doors from its potential openings. Next is its exits. Its exits is where it's actually going to be coming from. So door choice. So it makes a choice. Array. Underscore push. Exits. Is it just called exits? Okay, so it's... As you know, that shouldn't be going there. It should be going on chosen. chosen, what it says? Yeah, chosen. Array underscore push. Exits. Chosen. Okay. So, block off those side ones because they're on the edge. Remove sealed doors from availability. Choose a direction to path. Add that direction to open exits from junction. Wait, wait, no, we just need to change how it activates, don't we? Yeah. So 1 means this is a junction, right? So it goes to 1, activates. We're going to have to change how this works as well then. That's going to become a 3. 3 means done. Nope, 3. Yeah. Alright, there's a reason I've just thought of that, because I just realised that if we keep trying to do this, it's just going to keep drawing these junction rooms over and over again. Or a room that is active 1 will become a junction room. 2 will be a corridor. 3 will be completed. We don't have to worry about rooms because that's coming later. Wait, no. 4 will be a room. So we'll figure this out in a bit anyway. So far we've deleted the end bits, we've sealed them permanently, they're in the doors. If it's in doors, it's sealed. It's never going to be opened ever again. It's sealed for a reason. Then we have the openings. These are potentially any doors which can be opened, and exits which are ones that have been opened. Cool. Right, so you've chosen. Right, so if split, is it capital S? No, it's not. What is that variable called? Oh, it's, wait. Wait. It's global dot splitter, there we go. Yeah, global dot splitter. Splitter is ever greater or equal to 500. Then it has the option to choose more splits. Right then. Huh, so that's in the exits category. Does it need to be in the openings anymore? Guess not. Yeah, alright, so array underscore delete from the opening array. I want you to delete array get index opening chosen. One. Wait. One. There we go. So it's now to delete from the opening array the chosen. Remove and exit from availability. So, if it's ever greater than 500, multiple choice here, so it could split onto two more ways, or it could just open up more. Right, so fuck's sake, how did I do this? I'm gonna be asking myself this so much right now. I'm just shrink that a little bit so I can read this a bit better. Right, so I had it so I had that, so it chooses the three-way first. Also, so there's a chance for us to do a cross room. There's a 70% chance he'll do that. Alright, so if that is equal to that, and what's my key? And array underscore length of opening is greater or equal to, it should be exactly equal to 2. Oh no, it should be greater than equal. So it could have entered and have 3, it's chosen 1, so it could be 2. Oh, no, that should be equal to then. Because it's already, should have already removed the exit. Right, what? What have I done? Right. Chosen with doors, goes through that array. Equal chosen doors. Add the direction. Like that. Okay, we need to do another for command earlier on. For variable I equals 0. Because as I've just realised, when this runs, it needs to remove all of its previous exits from its listing straight away. Then it needs to remove all the doors. Well, it then comes up with a door array, removes that from the openings. But essentially, what we could have is then it could be, if we've got like the room going down, this next part could then choose to go back up, I guess. Which obviously we don't want. So, for I, as long as I is less than the array length exits, then I plus. That way if it's got no exits it won't run this, but if it has got an exit it will run it, and if it's got more than one exit it will run it more than once. So that way, so you could have a corridor then, say state starts here, exits down, comes across, comes up, comes down. That's so that way it's got 2 exits. Then it then decides, hey, it's one of these 2 different directions, and it can go that way because it's removed that one already because it's chosen. Now it's just gained that one. It's become active again. Yeah, because it could become active more than once. yeah, so this is going to get way more complicated than what I was hoping it would. Right, so all I want you to do is, essentially, I want you to run this again. I want you to go through the opening list, and I want you to remove any openings from the exits list. Did you just exit list? Yeah. So that way you can cycle back around again. Because it could cycle back around. Then it gets through the doors. And it removes any exits last. Right, so that should allow for me to cycle around with no problems. Alright, if it gets to the split value, if the exit value is equal to 2. Wait, no, if the opening value is equal to 2. It's just entered that. Well, it could be equal to 3. So it's just entered into it, then you've got. No, because it's already chosen one, so there's still only 2. Yeah, because it's chosen 1 here already. And made 2. This must activate the next room, surely. God's sake, I don't want to do that. See, how's it doing this? So. Because then it seals itself. And it goes through, right? So I think this should work. I hope this works. So, if you've got 2. I'm going to need another array. Because that's where it's exiting to. It's exits from this room. So I have a list of all directions that it's going to be going in. Yeah. So when it first starts doing this, comes equal to that again. It needs to reset the directions guaranteed. Right, exits, because that's just a list of all open areas currently. Right, let's go push. Directions chosen. Right, the only reason I'm next direction to go. Right, because that's essentially just, hey, I want a list of all the directions this game has chosen to go down. Because this chosen value is just one number, so that's saying, hey, go that way. So when it splits, it's going to be going 2 different directions, so I need an array for that. Also, I realise we're only going to be doing this if activated 1. So this will be doing this indefinitely. Yeah, because then I can do it when I get to the later stage where it checks the corridors. It is enough corridors to do it. Apart from floor 1, which I don't really. Well, floor 1 could still do this, I guess. Right then, so splitter. So if the opening is greater than that, then I want it to run essentially this code again. So there's 2 potential choices. It needs to run a variable and choose, does it want to choose 2 or 1? Well, it definitely needs to global.splitter minus equals 500. So straight away, drop that back down. How did I have it choose a random before? What was my code for my random choice? So I'd like to keep that roughly the same because it worked. Okay, so it did this. So it creates a new variable. Nope. And if render is equal to 2, then what's that? Right, so what is this? That's just a combination of those, and then multiply by 10. So what I'm going to do on this as well is I'm going to add global.cycle value, because that's going to keep coming up again. So if it's less than 2, then do this. Else do this. And I believe that was just it saying, hey, yeah, doing a choice. It has to work out where it's going. Right, so if it's in that 70% chance, I want you to just basically run this section of code again. Because you are essentially just choosing another door, going out of that. Whereas if it gets 30% value, goes into this section, then this is the point where it's going to be doing things, where it's going to be adding 2 doors rather than 1. Yeah. So. How do I make it do both? So I just add both. Does it need to do that? It just needs to take the first value from the opening and put it in there. Right. Array underscore push onto my exits. I spelled array wrong. Onto my exits, I want you to add wait. Index opening chosen. So I need to put that in there. So from the exit array, I want you to add opening value 0. Array push exits opening value 1. The 2 exits that are available to us. Then array. Actually, let's just put them in between so I can copy paste it for the next section. Array underscore delete from opening, delete entry 0. I want to delete one entrance. No, let's just copy this bit to start with. I want you to delete entry 1. So that should add the last 2 entries into that, and then delete both of them. In this case, that's this one. Else if we just run that a little bit there. And we'll steal this bit of code here. So essentially we have to put that bit in again. We can't just do an else, because that would be, hey, run this line of code if both this is less than 500 and that's 1. But we only want to run if it's over 500 and the opening is 1, because it's just going to have 1 opening. Cool. Oh, we also need to put the split value in as well. Global.splitter minus equals 500. So it's going to recycle that. Yeah. Cool. So now it should have chosen its direction it wants to go, made an exit list and an opening list. And it also resets the cycles. Does that when active is 1? Cool. We don't want it to always be active as 1 though. We want it to just be if active is less than the maximum value, meaning it's done. No, we'll keep it on 1 for now, because that's it cycling through. I guess we can always add that code again to like active 2, 3, 4, 5 if we need to. So let's make it like the first line of the active. Oh, why did you not just delete? Control C. Delete, there we go. If active, so without delete that. Okay, so it's chosen its direction. It knows all the directions it wishes to choose. So now what we need is we need a new load of calculations, because now we need to determine how long the room is. Oh, fuck me. Oh, and it's got to be done for every single one of these new values. So we need a new value here. Equals 0. Yeah. So that's just, like I say, it's just chosen a direction. It's chosen to seal off the doors, and it's chosen one of the directions available to us with some variabilities to try and create more than one exit if possible. And that doesn't mean this is where the game ends. This is literally just a list of potential ways it can go. Do I have global exits? I want to search my entire document now. Exits. Chooser. Doesn't like it does. No, it's got stairs out. Right, that's how it determines where it's going to put that. Cool. So this should hopefully just run now. No, see, we made mistakes. This is why we do these checks. So it makes finding things a little bit easier. I'll say if that looks correct. else if that and that, those should be in brackets. Should be like that. Technically, this one here should also be in brackets, so that it knows to select the correct thing. Let's try running that again. Hopefully that corrected it. It did. Cool. So we should be able to get into the game, and it crashed. See, this is why I'm doing checks. Right, so divide by 0. Huh? Line 14. Line 14 apparently can divide by 0. Door choice, line 14. Line script, door choice, line 14. Choose a value is equal to 0. Well, why did it do that? Because line control 32 made it do something. And a new controller. Step event, line 32. Choose a direction to path. Opening ID. Doors. Oh, I think I know why. Have I got doors? No, I haven't. Get index of opening. Doors I. At 0, it shouldn't return O, it shouldn't delete O. Next line 32. Opening. Where ID is opening. And it tried to divide by 0. Opening should have a length of 4. What? A is the array, the actual array itself. Nothing modifies A. So, how did A become 0? Because A is the array length of the chosen. Which in this case, the chosen variable is actually just the opening array. It was on line 32, yes. Which gave it the opening. So, when it gets created, opening becomes 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets into here, cycles doesn't do anything, split doesn't do anything. Directions becomes 0. Right. For array length, if it's greater than exits, which it may or may not be, even if it is, it then goes through and deletes that. Unless it has exits everything. Is there anything in exits? No. So why did it crash? It's crashed again. Divide by 0. And script. Line 32. Array length A. Openings. Chosen equals door choice. Can A. So what the fuck's it doing? Also, this should be a question of why are all these walls spawning? There shouldn't be any walls spawning at the moment. I'm just going to keep doing that. I think the actual dungeon control is what's spawning these walls currently. Right, so that's... No. Oh, is it something in the create event for this? That is, yeah, it's the bottom bit. Let's get that for now. So we can minimize the amount of stuff that's spawning. All that should be spawning now is these controllers. Random. Game crashes. Okay, so we have one array, which for some reason it's just deciding it doesn't want to do what it's supposed to do. The question is where are we actually spawning? That is the question. Sort off. Spawn at 0, 0 apparently. No. 640 by 1920. Well, 640 is the very left hand side. So we're in a 1. And 1920, that is 3. So it's room 31 we have spawned in. And it starts on 20. So add 30 onto it because we have to minus 1 for the first room. So 19, so room 50 should be the one we spawned on. Got all these bloody variables we're not even using right now. Right then, so according to you, you do not have a value for your opening. That's strange because you do. We'll double check, make sure this is the right one. No, that's not the right one. No, it wouldn't be 30, it would be 21. I've got to put the 0 into 40. Room 40. Right, so once again, your openings. You have 4. Wait, what? That's still wrong. Take another 10 off. I should go straight to this. Right, it's this room, right? Openings. Why do you not have any openings? You've got 2 doors. And you've got 2 doors. You've got no exits. You didn't get to choose an action. close this. These variables should stay. Directions, nothing. Clearly. What's there? Array length went for its exit length. Array delete openings from this equal to this. But the array length for exits came back as 0. Oh wait. Like 0 false. What the fuck is this doing? Exit. Wait, no. No. Notes. Show debug note. Step. Exit deleted. And I want you to then show me what this was. Oh, we forgot to put the comma in. Because that's the only point that should be deleting any exits, is that. Well, openings is that. Because then it's getting to this point. Oh, wait. Who's deleting doors? So if I run this a second time, I'll click just doors. I want you to make that doors. So when we run it again, it should now display in the logs exactly where it's trying to delete these things, so we can see what part of the code's gone wrong. Of course, it's a bloody compiler errors. It bloody does that all the time. Run it again. There we go. No problem that time. New campaign random. Exits deleted 0. Exits deleted 0. Exits deleted 0. So it's the exits fucking part that's fucking this up somewhere. So why are you trying to delete things? 3 times, might I add. So there's something wrong with the exits. So the exits is deleting it, but the doors isn't, even though they're the exact same code. This makes 0 sense. Also, it's trying to delete 0. So I is less than 0.5. 0. That's coming up. So it's going into I0. Exit 0 is 0 apparently. And it's doing that 3 times. But even then, it should only be deleting 3 zeros. So why is that command doing that? But yet then it's perfectly fine here. Okay. Okay. I think I've got a workaround for this. Let's have this out one more. Bracket it off. Oh. No. No, stop misbehaving. To there. If exits is greater or equal to 1, do that. So in other words, if there is actually an exit. If array underscore contains opening. Oh fuck! How are we gonna do it? Now we need it. I think this is what the problem is. Because that's stopping it deleting exits unless there is an exit. But even here, what it's going to do is it's going to go into this, go exits. Hey, there's no exit, and it's going to come back to 0. Because exit 1, well, exit 0 will always be 0. Oh wait, no, because it's exit 1. I'll look into that. It will find the exit. It will then look into the array and delete it. Yeah. Because it's only entering this if there is something to be deleted, so that should actually be fine, because then there is something that can be deleted. However, array delete opening. However, this just returns and says, hey, this isn't in there. Then it's going to try deleting something that's not there, which is going to make it break. If array underscore contains, yep, opening, and the value we're looking for is this. So if it does have the exit, then I want you to delete the exit. Okay, so now it's got enough failsafes that shouldn't fuck up anymore. Now I want you to do the same thing for doors. So no, it'll just break it here instead. If doors is greater than that, then I want you to check to see if the value of the door is actually in there. If it is in there, I want you to delete it. Yeah. Cool. So those variables have to be in there because they have no choice. So hopefully that should fix it. That should make that work. So you can say this is why I like to do these little tests, because nope, still something broken. Ah, I know why. I know I've done wrong. It's not if exits, it's that. If array length exits. No. Maybe it's going to do the same thing on the one below it momentarily. If array length doors. There we go. I should fix that. Campaign random. Nope, something still broke. For fuck's sake. Door choice. What array length A? It's still trying to divide by 0. Why? You still, I can guarantee it. Let's put the bloody code back in. We should be leaving this in permanently at this rate, so that way we can see what's going on. I foresee as well, because I've got work today. It's 2 o'clock now, but loads of time still. Us not finishing this update and us having to do it over time. What's this one? Exit. Deleted. 0. And you will be this value here. So what are you trying to delete? Because there's nothing in that array. It's an empty array. No. So I mean, it's not trying to delete anything now. So it didn't even run that code. So it's trying to run through opening arrays, just deleting shit for no reason. Let's take that same bit of code again. Make sure the doors are not doing the thing now. So now it's not the doors doing it. So why are you returning an empty value? There is no reason you should be returning an empty value. You've got an array. Opening 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. One last piece of code then we're going to do. I'm going to put this in. Stop the game from running. When it gets to line 42, it's being deleted. My ID is this. And I don't want you to do like this bit here. I want you to just put your ID. My opening list is this. Actually, I was going to do that on a separate line. ID is this. My opening rate is, I want you to have opening. So we try to figure out why it's deleting things. New campaign random. It crashed. Close. Right, let's have a look through this. Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. I know why it's crashing now. I know it's crashing. See, that's why we have a look at these lines. Right, for those who do not understand what's just happened there, this is a step event. So when certain things happen in the game, it runs certain lines of code. So in this instance, so we've got it like, so it set up so that when the game spawns this item, it cycles through and runs this code over and over and over again. So that way, if it, say, goes around in a square and loops back on itself, then that one can run the code again because it's getting restepped. Now, the problem we've got is because it's running it over and over again, it's choosing every single door eventually, and eventually there is no doors. There is nothing. So because that's becoming 1, we're breaking it. So that because it's staying as 1, it's breaking it. So all we have to do is go here, activated 2, meaning stop activating yourself now, please. Oh, compiler error again. Stop the game and run again. Fixed it. I can't believe I monged that so badly. But now we know why it broke. So, that looks like it now works. I mean, this should actually show some variables and such. The game stopped. The player was... No, right, it's not going to show us any of this now because everything's gone. But this should now have chosen stuff and done stuff. Which now brings up the thing of what if we run out of doors? So if you become active, so your line of openings should still remain the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tab this out once more. So I want another if command in here. Why did you tab out? If array underscore length of opening is greater than equal to 1, then it is to run this line of code. Because, as I say, it can become active, but it doesn't necessarily mean this has doors. So, this is a case of it's cycled around. So it could say start from one position, go down, come around, back into the junction, go out to the side, come back around, come back in, creating a figure of 8. So that way it's now hit a point where it can no longer spawn any doors because it's killed itself. So at that point then what we need it to do is we need it to now choose a different spot to go to and start spawning again. Right. So that's that part. Next off, we need a... Oh no, wait. No, I was wondering why chests were in the mess things. We need to create a new script. I'm going to call this corridor. Oh, can't have that. Can't have spaces in there. What I should really do is I should actually go back through and note all this so I know what stuff's doing. Corridor becomes active if there is... Wait, no. Junction. If there is... So, all I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change this variable. I'm going to need to work this out. So, 1 is a junction. 2 is a corridor. 3 will be a room, and it will have to calculate its room type. I think that's it. So we'll say 10. I'm going to go with 10 because it's way out of the way. I'm going to need to go to the toilet momentarily. Is an available door to go through. Remove any exits from the potential list. Remove doors from potential list. Cool. Right, so I'm going to take a quick 2 seconds just so I can go to the toilet, and then when I get back, we will continue on with getting the corridors to now work. And we are coming back in, guys. I like how that last little bit of music wasn't actually coming through things. Hey, one day I'm going to move to Asia country and get a waifu. He looks exactly like that. Ugh. I wish I was here for that. Right, what are you on? You're on Twitter. I can remove the message from here at least. I'll do that again. You go into properties. And you go to browser. And then you go to click cache. Seriously, do to me. Seriously. Anyway, so we're back to the programming of things. Right, so this has now chosen a direction. Next, we need to do corridor length. So from this again, I'm thinking we'll do the same kind of things. We will put in there things like the room ID. So I'm just going to call it A. I should call it room ID. So I remember what it is. Is there any other numbers we need to put in here? What did we put in for the... Why have I gone into messes? It should be a messes. It should be in there. What else did we put in for the... Oh, did we actually start room designation? We started the script. We didn't put it in. What did I put in? Put ID and the chooser. Oh, because I was saying, hey, this is where you can choose from. Yeah, for this, we only need the room ID. No room destination. Now, this one's going to be a slightly bit more annoying because this is now going to have to take into account how many corridor blocks are left. Technically, it doesn't have to because it could just turn around and go, hey, go over, but we digress on that. As soon as it goes over, it can stop. Okay. So, corridor length. It needs the room ID. We're going to need the current floor. I'm going to say underscore A. Oh, variable in dot with variable underscore A becomes equal to room ID. So just keep all these the same. Variable underscore B equal to current floor. Oh, it's global.current floor, isn't it? Global.current. No, not floor. Variable underscore C. I'm going to have you equal to my. Oh. Have you equal to SO6. Let's keep the spacing the same, please. Variable underscore D. You're going to equal. Actually, no, we're not going to have that to 6. I'm going to have you as number 9, the very last one. And then I want this global dot another SO value. But this one I want to equal to underscore C mod 6. So it comes from the first 6. Cool. Right, so that's that. I would like a cycling variable. So variable E is now going to equal global dot SO. This is going to be global dot cycle value mod 10. So it would be any of them. Actually, mod 5, that will return 0 to 5. 0 to 4. And then I'm going to plus 5. So 0 to 4 That becomes 5 to 9. And then we'll have another one. This will be an SO value of just this to 10. Nope. Don't need that bit. That's 10. Any other SOs we want to put in here? I think that will do it for the variables. So we have several variables. Oh, E. We need to change that to F. Cool. So there's our random variables that are going in. I need to put my phone down. Whether my phone, I can't see the chat. Cool. I can see the chat again. Right then. So we've got our variables that we're going to put in. So what this needs to do is this now needs to determine the length of the corridor, and then it then needs to minus off that off the global corridor list. All right. So what I'm thinking is actually this is another variable value. It's going to equal 12 to start with. So value, I want you to plus equals underscore A times underscore E. Add them together, then plus on underscore B. Start with that. Now, value. No, wait. If underscore D is greater or equal to underscore F, value plus equals underscore D. Else value plus equals plus equals underscore C. See, nobody saw that one coming. Wait, is one of those a cycling one? It is, yes. It's going to be very rare that ever makes it higher than that, because that can go up to 1,000. So that just adds a little bit of variation, like I say, because the cycle value can go really fucking high. Oh no, because it's going to mod down anyway. Yeah, I'll be fine. Right then, so we've got that. Some Pop Noodles blew well. Pop Noodle equivalent brewing. So we've got A. No, A's not been included yet. Oh, it has. A's in there, B's in there. Yep. C. Yep. D. Yep. E. Yes. F. Technically, that is actually good what it is. It's got some cycling stuff in there, so it should change consistently. Alright, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do that. Value plus equals underscore A plus underscore F plus underscore D if value is less than or equal to global dot cycle mod 100. Then I want you to value plus equals global dot cycle value, else value, else if underscore d is greater or equal to 1, value is times equals underscore d. And finally, I don't think we've added that one anywhere. It's been used now, has to be used. And then finally, value plus equals underscore e. Okay, so that's going to be my calculation for working out these corridor numbers. Oh, right, I should need to mod it. Value now becomes equal to value mod 20. Cool. If value is less than or equal to 4, less than or equal to 5, return 1, and I want you to global.corridor, wait, what did I call it? Oh, it's max corridor, okay. Wait, I might need to change that. Current room, max room, yeah. Global dot current corridor. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Where was I? I was in that script, wasn't I? Corridor length. Dot current Did I just call it current corridor? I'm pretty sure I just called it current corridor. I did. Oh, I didn't give it a value. The current corridor plus plus. I'll get to say plus equals 1. So that's just making a 1 length corridor. Else if value is less than or equal to 8, then I want you to return a value of 2, but only increase that by 1. If this is less than 11, return 2 and increase it by 2. I want you to return 3, but only increase it by 2. So up to 14. Also, if you're less than 16, I want you to return 4 and 3. And finally, else, if there's anything else, then I want you to return 5 and return 3. Cool. So that's a calculator for the corridor thing. We can adjust that as and when. But for now, step. Right, once you've chosen your direction, I want you to have a temporary variable. Actually, let's not keep you at temporary variable. Wait, no. This needs to activate stuff. 4. I equals 0. As long as I is shorter than, well, less than the array length. I spelled array wrong. Array length of exits I plus plus. So that way it goes through every single exit. Now what that needs to do is it needs to look at the exit and activate that thing and give it a corridor number. Do these things have corridor numbers? This is direction length. It's a length. That's what I've called it. Right. I just put the directions thing. Yeah. That becomes -1. I'm going to do that way, so we've got an off switch from. Yeah, that's going to work. Trust me. Trust me, I'm smart. Right, so what I want you to do is I want you to look at if, wait, as long as that's less than that, so when it equals that, then yeah, it stops. If I is equal to 0, is equal to 1. No, 0. Remember, this is getting weird. So what I want you to do is I want you to activate. Oh wait, it needs to. I just thought it can't do this because it needs to have a cut-off point. That's why we put the room ID in. Scheiße. This needs to know what direction it's going as well. What I want is I want you to run the corridor length command. Yeah, with my ID. What else need you to put in there? Exits I. Variable. I'm just going to call it unit. So I've got it stored. It's got one too many because I need to add another one in this. Because it was something I didn't think about. Because it's all good at calculating this and doing this massive calculation of, hey, yeah, work this out. Well, if it's going in a certain direction, it can't go above a certain value. So I'm probably going to just cancel this bit off. So every part of me right now is screaming, just take a break! Because this is killing my head! No, we can still use this. We just have to limit what this value can go up to. Right. So, if variable underscore AB equals direct. It's easy to stick the ABs and A's and such. Right, so if underscore AB is equal to 1, remember this is being done in those directions, not zeros and such. We need to slightly adjust some coding in a bit. I'm going to do that now whilst I remember. That's going to input 1 to whatever. Wait, why is that having... more than one argument, but still provided it wants 2 arguments. Did I make a mistake here? I don't think I made a mistake there. I definitely wanted 2 arguments. Yeah, I just need to do this. So it... no? Maybe if I close and reopen it, maybe I'll do it. There we go, I fixed it. Yeah, because that's going 1, 2, 3, 4. So, if I equals 0. No, because it doesn't want to be I equals 0, because that's always going to be the first entry. No, I see what I did wrong. So if exits I is equal to, now it makes sense. There we go. That's meaning it's going up. Wait. Do I need this here? Yeah, I do need this here, because I need to then say activate model view. Okay, so I'm going to go back to corridor length again. So if AB is 1, it's going up. So what I need is for it to not be on rows. Well, if it's on certain rows, then it needs to catch certain things. I'm getting really hungry right now. All right, I know I've only just had a break. I'm going to take a 2-minute break so I can eat this. And then once I'm done, we'll come back and we will fix this. Essentially what I'm thinking is the code will just basically be, oh, if you're online, what's that? Oh, I've got up to 5, isn't it? Yeah, so if your number is above 16 and your div of your friggin' room ID is under this. Right, yeah. I'm trying to explain it. So every single line on this will just basically say, look at the room ID. Div it by 10. If it's below 50, meaning there's rows 40, 30, 20, and 10 and 0, then it can have all 5. If it's on row 40, so the div 10 becomes 4, div 10 becomes 4. So you're on line 4, 40s, with the 40 section. Or 50 as well. Shit, I forgot about number 50. I forgot about that. I forgot 10 is on the line. So we'll have to consider. So essentially, what it's going to do is just going to check, say, hey, here's your room. This is how many rooms are above you. And therefore, we'll cancel numbers out. But until then, guys, I'm going to keep this, and I'll be back in a second. Yeah, but super rapid. That I enjoy those. They're really nice. I still feel the oils on my lips. Nope, we had a viewer there on YouTube for a second and it disappeared. Well, anyway, so we have. No, it's probably why, because they're probably looking at like. Oh! So let's get back to our codes. So essentially, if direction 0, how am I going to do this? If I mod the room and divide by 10, it becomes 0, it means it's on the right side. Right, so first off, temp, I want you to equal is it underscore A mod 10. If, because it's done the calculations now, so it doesn't really matter. It's not adding any more to it. So if underscore A is exactly equal to 0, means it's on the right hand side because it's room 0, then I want it to underscore A minus minus. Wait, no, if underscore temp, then underscore A equals minus minus. So that way, all it sees then is that, hey, it's on that last row, it's minus 1 off it, so that way we don't have to deal with the 10, 20, 30, 40, 100. It'll be dealing with 9, 90, 20. So that way we can look at the numbers a bit easier. Because now we can div it. And if we div by 10, and we do it on lines numbers 1 to 9, it's going to return 0, meaning it's on the top row. But it shouldn't be going up there anyway, because it should have been sealed from going up. But you never know. Alright, so we won't need to do it for that, because it won't ever go to div 0. Right then, so anyway, so we've worked that out. So we're going up still. Next I want to go temp now becomes equal to underscore A div 10. So that way we can see what number it is down from 0 down to 9. If underscore A is exactly equal to 1, meaning it's on the second to top row, but it shouldn't be going. Wait. Oh. I didn't think about that. We still try to activate a corridor. So we need to consider that into it, because then if it's on the second row, it can't go up 1. Because it can't spawn a corridor above it, because then it would be trying to spawn a junction off the map. So we don't want it to be there. So we take that into a consideration. So if it's 2, meaning it can spawn 1 corridor maximum. Then so if that is A, and it's equal to 2, then no, because I don't want it to say set to that. Alright, it can do it in that 10, and value just becomes equal to 5, because it can only spawn 1. If underscore A is exactly equal to 3, that means it's on line 30. That can have 2. If value, no wait, no, let's do this properly. If value is greater than, because it can go up to 2, can have a value of 2. If it's greater than 11, value equals 11. So that way it can be any value, it just can't go above 11. If value is on line 4, meaning it can have 3 corridors above it, so it can have 3 corridors above it. That's the maximum number for 3. And it does 1 return 3 there. Then if it's above 14, set it to 14. If it's on line 5, means it can have 4 above it. Oh, I just got a message. I should put my phone on charge again. Value 5, it means it's got 4 above it. That means it can go up to 16. And if it's any other value, it's fine, because then it's got more than enough room to spawn. Okay, so let's delete those extra lines there. Else if, next line. Oh, yeah, there. Else if underscore AB, I need to put a space there, if underscore AB is exactly equal to 2, meaning it's trying to go right. Now this is where it starts to get slightly more annoying. It's going to be very similar to this, I guess. But now we're no longer modding. We want to div it, I think. Oh, for God's sake. This was getting really, really hard. Right, we want a div so that it pushes that way. However, we don't want tens in it. So if I minus 1 off it, then it would be 0 to 9. Because when I div it, then that says... Wait, would it be div or would it be mod? That'd be mod. Minus 1 off it, then mod it. Because if it's 9, it means it's on the last row. If it's 0, then it'll be on the first row. Yeah. Right, so what I need to do then is a variable. Wait, no. In this case, I can just go A minus minus. It just takes 1 straight off it. Then underscore A then becomes equal to underscore A mod 10, giving me 0 to 9 during my position. Right then I essentially need to do this code again. I need to change out some of the numbers. Oh, I don't want all of it, but as long as we do that, then that way I can see where the space is. Right, so I don't need this bit. Right, so mod A. So if the value is 9, it means it's right on the end. So it shouldn't be going that way anyway. If it's 8, it shouldn't be going that way anyway. So if it's equal to 7, we do that. If it's equal to 6, do that. If it's equal to 5, do that. If it's equal to 4, do that. Because then that can go up to 5, so 4. Remember the 0, so 4. We go 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, is that correct then? So it's on number 4. There's minus 1 off it already. Modded it, so 0's on that side, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it should be. So it's on line 7, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It can have 1. Then it does that. And if it's 6, it can have 2. It's fine. 3. Oh, that's why, because that's only going up to 4, isn't it? Yeah, because 5 doesn't have a thing because it can do any length. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the maximum value in them. makes the corridor at the end. Cool, so that should work. Right. So I'm going to just do the else one at the end. So this is don't need else. So if it's right at the end and it's worked it all out and it's going left, this one, I'm going to put the else if in there for the down. Just the same thing. But this time it needs to be backwards. So 0's there, 1, 2. So if it's 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. So then this essentially means that the last else if is this code, but inverted again. Else if this. So not 1, 2, this is direction 3. Which mod by 10, if it's 0, minus off, so that way we can see what line you are. Then divot. Wait. Oh. Underscore A. That should be underscore A, not 10. That'll be the same on this one. This one isn't done right then. Underscore A. Right, so what I want you to do then is underscore A, div 10. So if 10 is that makes it 9. Then div 10 it, so that way we can actually see what it should be. Doing lines going down. Right, so if you're on line, bottom line's 9. So we'll return 9 for that. If you're on 9, you don't want an A. If you're on 8, you don't want an A. So line 7, get 1 on there. It should be on line 8, and line 9 is the bottom. So 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, that should work. That should activate the corridor. That should tell the next room down, hey, I want you to do this. Whatever. I haven't actually put it up there yet. It looks like at this rate, we ain't going to get enough time to be able to release the full version of this. So, I want you to look at the exit. If exit is 1. Wait. Does it need to be this? Yeah, because the next bit it's going to be there. Right, so I want you to do this calculation. Then I want you to... Let's go return an array. Where is it? No, it's not just going to choose the direction, the number it can go to. Unit is how many units it goes to. Right, so. What I want you to do then is... Right, oh crap. We need to put in the bit that stops it from spawning it where it's not supposed to. So if it's on line 9, oh well, if we say going upwards, if we're on line 11 through 20, then it doesn't go up. That it doesn't spawn this corridor. Otherwise, we're going to be spawning corridors off in the map. Right, so if exit is 1, meaning it's trying to go up. If my ID is greater or equal to 20, I don't want it to do that. No, wait, if it's greater or equal to 21, then it's to run this command. Because, yeah, if it's lines 11 through 20, they can just do another junction directly above it. Right, so what I want you to do then is, I want you to select that, and then with instance underscore place. Bring up. I want you to go to x, y minus 1 to 80. That should be exactly 20 blocks above it. Room, no wait, object underscore room controller new. So with that, I want you to set your activated is equal to 2 near a corridor. See, so I don't want it to be 10 anymore, I want it to be 20. I want you to equal 2. Directions equals 1. No. It was an array of 1. And your distance, is it? Not length. It's equal to that new variable, which is unit. So now that way that corridor now knows, hey, I want you to spawn corridor going upwards of this length. Okay. Cool. Comes back to 2 minutes a corridor. Yeah. If that's one. So that's with that. Did I not do let's do that. This is with that if. That is with that. So I have missed a curly bracket in there. For that one. Wait, what? What's my curly bracket there? Cool, that works. So, else, that means basically now the corridor above it is, oh, I need to tell that room above it that it needs to remove its opening for an exit. Ah, for fuck's sake. Openings are the ones that are currently open. Doors are the ones that are currently closed. Exits are the ones that it knows should remain open at all times. Directions are the ones it's going into. And array. Wait. Directions. Directions 1, because it needs to know to keep pushing upwards. Yes. Array underscore push. Exits 1, 2, 3. Right, so if it's on that top row, then what I want you to do is Oh, let's kind of do this again. No. Except I want you to change that to be direct axis 1. You don't want to have a unit length. You don't need to have a direction. You just need to know where your exit is. Yes. Okay. So that way, if it's on rows 11 through 20, then it just makes another junction room above it. Yeah. So, I mean, this is getting really, really stupidly complicated. Okay, so next up. So we've done up. So now, if this equals 2, meaning we're going left. So how do, going right, sorry. So if my ID mod 10 is greater than 0, because if it's on the last line, 10 mod 10 is 0. Wait. Wait, no. 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 You see that? That works for 21 and above because that's saying going down there. I need this to equal less than that. So this needs to equal less than... Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, so... if I mod it, it becomes 0 to 9. 1 being on the left, go into 9, then go into 0. So, if it... well, it can't go that way anyway, because it can't choose that way. So if I say if mod is less than 9, so 9 would be the second to last. Yes! Right, so if mod is equal to less than 9, meaning it's not in the last two rows. Well, it's saying not in the second to last row, but it can't be in the last row anyway because it can't have an exit when right if it's in the last row anyway. Yes. Yes. My dear, so this needs to be plus 128 here. 1280 there. Your direction is 2. Your exit is exit 4. Activate 2. Else meaning that it can't go that way. Then once again I want you to plus 1280. No. Activate 1 and your exit is 4. So that way, if it's on row 9, then it just makes a junction room on the right hand side. And if it's on room 0, it can't go that way anyway. So that should be okay. And I'm going to make that an else if. Goes to there. Else if you are trying to go in the downwards direction. How do we do this? This is easier again. But if my ID is less than are equal to 90. Oh, it should be 190. 80? Yeah, because that means there's enough room for at least one block below it. Yes, now I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about that. Me doing all those mods and tracking directions and such. I could have done that a lot fucking easier. Because I could have just done that. Rather than saying, oh yeah, if it's some 1 plus or minus 1, and minus this and then divide by this, blah, blah, blah. You could have just done that, you would have done the same thing. Anyway, so if it's below me, activate becomes 2, your direction becomes 3 because you're still going down, and your exit is 1. Oh, I need to change these. Becomes this. You become this. Get rid of that piece. And your exit is also 1. Okay, last one then. I'm going to keep this as an else if. Well, just in case something goes wrong. Like a 4 or something pops up. Else if your exit direction is 4, meaning you are going left. If mod is greater than 1, 2, 3, because then it can put a corridor into 2, doesn't put it into 1, and 0's on the far side. Do that. Yep, sure. Wait, did I get the coordinates right on this side? Yeah, just that. Okay, and in this instance, we want to minus off in both directions, because we're going to the left. Activate 2, your direction becomes 4. Exit becomes 2. Exit becomes 2. Okay, let's just quickly run that and see if it works. So by all means, what we should see is, yeah, we've got black there, black there, black there. Oh, it didn't activate a corridor. So what I was hoping is that it would... Oh wait, I wonder. No. Okay, so it didn't work. Something didn't work. Because it should have activated something in a direction. Okay, let's run a debugger. I'd actually like to get some notes here just to make things easier for me. Let's get another note. Where have I gone back down here? I don't want to be there. I want to be in this step event. Okay. So just before it activates that. Right, so my ID is, I just want the pure ID. I don't want to know what its individual room ID is. I want to know what its ID is so we can find the object immediately. My exits are comment. My exits are array exits, just so we can have a look, see what it's doing. New campaign random. My exits are 0. What do you mean your exit is 0? So it didn't choose an exit. What's if this fire? So we didn't push an exit. I chose exit. Chosen. I chose exit 0. My exit's a 0. Door choice became 0 somehow. Shouldn't be doing that. Door choice. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Technically, that's not even a door choice. That's what variable. That's what position in the array it's supposed to be choosing. So if I made a mistake there, I thought I was choosing a number over an array. What is it? No, designation door choice. If it choose a value. No, return. A value. It shows door 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3, so it shows down. Haha, house. Here's a long corridor. So these are going to make these dungeons much, much bigger. This could be a little bit more annoying. We've also got to get it to decide how many cobwebs and such to spawn in each room. But the corridor is now spawning at least. Wait. God's sake, damn dump files. Is this just one room long? Or is this multiple rooms long? This just seems to be going on forever. Well, at least now we're getting to see stuff. It chose exit there. Oh, it's start. Exit. My exit is 3. Yep. Okay. We can always delete those messages later down the line. Chosen. Yeah, because that shouldn't be going ridiculously long because it hasn't got one for activated 2. Has it? Is this activated 2? It's activated 1. Okay, so it should only be going one room down. So what we're now going to do, it'll go back into here. If we go back to our create event, I'm going to move this eventually. I'm going to move this into the actual rooms themselves as they go down. Run. New campaign, random. Something went wrong. Room controller, new step 0, line 37. What? Room controller new. Step event. Line 37 went wrong. It's not going wrong up to now. Why is it going wrong? What the fuck? Why did the debug message go wrong? Why the fuck's it even looking at exits? It shouldn't be looking at exits, it should be looking at doors. Oh, so that's a legacy thing anyway. It shouldn't be there anymore. That's when we was debugging that line of code. Which, as far as I'm aware, works. Just leave it in, just in case. Oh, fuck's sake. We fucked it. Also, why is there an extra space there? Get rid of that. Yeah. Doors deleted. Doors I. Doors A. Yeah, cool. Run. Don't know why it went so badly wrong there. Shouldn't have done. So it was just a debug message. Random. So it chose to go up, can't go left. It should have only gone up one room because it can't go any higher than that. Yeah. So essentially, some of these could end up being really, really big. Obviously, what I'm going to be doing for like floor 0, floor 1, I'm going to have it do a different line of code. I just want to get this spawning where it should. But it seems like activate 1 works. Right, what line are you on? Right, you're on the baseline, right? Else if... Nope, can't do that. Get rid of that. Activated equals 2, meaning you are now a transitioning corridor. I do realise though this may have problems with it loops back around itself and a corridor hits a corridor. It should still spawn through. Carry on going. Right, so first thing I want you to do is I want you to take the length. I want you to -1 off it. So we know now that your length is 1 shorter because you've spawned in the first part of the corridor. Next, I want you to... Oh, did I actually tell this to minus off 1 off the corridor length? No, I didn't. It's okay for now. It can be infinitely big. Right, then what I want you to do then is I want you to activate the next corridor in the list. But for that, we need to give you variables. Variable temp1 is going to equal your length because we can't put your length into the width command. If directions is equal to 1, meaning you're going up, then what I want you to do is with instance underscore place x is going to be the same, y is -1 to 80, object room controller new. So I want you to go to that thing. I want you to make it directions be 1. What's 1? Oh, this might put you over. No, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Directions equals 1. Length equals temp. Why did I call it temp like that? Which equal temp 1 activated equal 2. Wait, we also need to put this in there. Actually, let's just continue with this for now, because I do know I need to add a little bit more code in there. Otherwise, this will be an infinitely spawning corridor. Else if 2, 3, 4. So else if in direction 2, meaning you're going left, y stays the same, plus 1 to 80, because you're going left, your direction is 2, and 3 becomes that, 10 becomes that. Right, if going downwards, 3, that becomes a plus, your direction becomes a 3, and if you're going to activation 4, direction 4, then your direction becomes 4, and this becomes a plus 1 to 80. Wait, no, minus 1 to 80. You're going left. Okay, so that's all great. However, let's tap that one more. If length is greater than or equal to 1, so if it's bigger than 1, meaning there's still more corridor to spawn, then it's to do that. Else, oh, yeah, I'm going to need all this again. I'm doing this just to be lazy. Else, if direction is 1, with room controller, activate becomes 1. Activate becomes 1. Activate becomes 1 again. Activate becomes 1. Okay, so that should then mean the next room should spawn. I think this is going to go absolutely fucking haywire now. Right, we're on the far left. Well, it didn't spawn anything that way. So, it spawned up. It should spawn up again. It did not. Why did it not spawn up a second time? Else if my activator is 2, lower my length. If my length is greater than 1, then if my direction is 1, with instance, this thing directly above me, give a direction of 1, give it my new temp, and then activate it. That seems right. Else if it doesn't, then just activate 1 them. I'll run it again in debug mode. It's always really, really annoying to try and debug codes like this. Right, so it went left. There's 1,000 things that could go wrong, and it's a lot of code to have to read through. You see, so it's not continuing to go left. Right, so let's pause this. Instances, what was the actual output there? 5, 2, 4. That's where we started. So let's find 5, 2, 4. So we started at 5, 2, 4. This controller. And it chose to go left, which means it chose this one, which became activated 2. It's opening. Slide 3, which is the right side of it. It shouldn't have any... Well, it should be getting doors. I need to program that in still. Oh, no, wait, no, it doesn't, because that's permanently shut door things. And your length was minus 1,480. Why is your length that? That means this can come back with some really low value. What it should be doing, it should be returning... Should be returning numbers 1 to 5. What? When it's calculating the length of this corridor, what's it calculating? Alright, I still need to deactivate it after this as well, don't I? Activated pools. Oh, that's at 10. That's all right now. I think we're set for 10. I've got it for 20. Alright, 20 it is then. Alright, because I'm using 10s for rooms. Okay, so it deactivates after it's been activated, so it's not infinitely trying to activate itself. Random. So it went left. Neither went up nor down, but it didn't activate the next room in the sequence. Once again, why is it not activating the next room in the sequence? Oh, for God's sake, another dump files crit. I'm getting tired of these dump files being made. What time is it? So we're keeping an eye on time. So I have to be ready for work. Okay, so it chose to go up, and I bet it only went up one room. I can only go up one room, so it chose an edge room again. Right, so 290. It went upwards. Oh, I didn't fucking debug it. Ugh. I'm getting tired of this now. Okay, random. It went downwards. Oh, we've got a view on Facebook for once. It's unusual. And it didn't go down. Why did you not go down? Right, pause. Right, we are coming out of room 218. Right, so let's look at 218. 218 is this one. Ooh. Right, so 218. You became activated. You deactivated. You chose direction 3, which is downwards. Did we go down? Yes. That's going to make things a little bit more nightmarish. Right, so what we're going to have to stop that again, because these are going to make it really, really hard for me to calculate what is going on. So if I slash star them out, that shall condense all my coding because it no longer needs to program in walls. New campaign random. I did not put that in debug mode. Too much shit on my screen. Debug mode. Now it's in the debugger. Campaign, random, and pause. Okay, so room 92. And we went direction 2. Right, so room 92. Boom. Who went direction 2. That's to his right. What's your ID? 73 to the right, so the space to the right. So you should have got active 2. With length of 2. So you've got more than enough length on here, so why aren't you continually choosing to spawn into the next part of the room? So there's something going on. Active 2. Activated 2. Minus off the length. If your length is greater or equal to 1, do this. I want my text message stuff, which is in my notes. New room controller. My length is Am I doing something wrong? I don't think I am. Because the other one was activating it, it's activating the corridor, so that means this is good. My direction is... Oh, that's the wrong thing. It should have been squiggly brackets, not square brackets. Squiggly, 0, squiggly. My direction is... Directions. Run that again, shall we? Random, campaign, random. Let's look at the output. Cry. So the second room isn't making it onto this. It's not seeing its length greater than or equal to 1. Let's move them from there. Let's just see what it's doing there. Run. Don't need debugger on for this. New campaign, random. Right, instances. My exit is 4. Exit delete 2. I choose exit 4. Has it done it this time? I think it has. I choose exit 4. Let's get rid of some of these other codes now. So I don't need these bits. My ID is ID. You just do that. Right, so do that. Choose that right for now. Close that. Just before it activates itself, I want you to run this code so I can see that, okay? What I should say now is what your ID is, what you chose. See, she's doing it again. Room 47. Is there a reason why it's not continuing? I'll run it in debugger mode this time so I can actually look at the instances. Alright, room 21. Oh, instance 21, should I say. Instances number 21. Shows direction 3. It's downwards. So 21 plus 10 is 31. So this is the room it went to. It activated itself. It had a length of 3. Oh, could that be why? It's getting confused because okay. Temp 2 is equal to directions 0. And then we'll change this to temp 2. I think that's what the problem is. Because it is trying to read an array, and obviously the array isn't going to equal 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to equal an array with a value in it. So now this should now make it go a little bit more haywire. Spawn some ridiculously long corridors with junctions and more corridors, more junctions and more corridors, and it just did a dump file again, for fuck's sake. Run. Oh, it just broke it. We tried to divide by 0 again. What? Strip door choice tried to divide by 0. Oh, for God's sake. Why? Why did you try to divide by 0? You shouldn't be trying to divide by 0. There is no 0 in the code. Fine. Abort. Let's have a look at what it was doing before it broke. So, it spawned in a room. It chose its X width. My length is this. My direction is this. So it created a one long corridor. Created another room. Left for 3, left for 2, left for 1. Created another room, chose exit 4. Then chose exit 4, chose exit 3. What? I chose exit 4 twice. Why did I choose exit 4 twice? There's something weird there and I don't know what it's done. Because I'm not in debug, I can't map it properly. It looks like it was working fine. Then it chose exit 3 and then tried to divide by 0 again. Why was it trying to divide by 0? It's one thing I don't understand is when it just decides, hey, fuck off with your compiler error. There is no compiler error. You just can't be asked to load. Random. Then it crashed again. It crashed somewhere different this time. Oh no, has it kept all this? This kept all its information? It has. Right. Alright. Range 1 of 1 is out of range. Opening something. Room control every step. Room control line 50. Openings. That's 1. So, it got to here. It saw it had 2 openings. Oh, yes. Yeah, I see what's done wrong. Because it opened it and then closed the thing, and then tried to select a line after it. So, yeah, I see what's going on. So that was always going to break, because I didn't do that properly. So what it's done here is it's selected something from this array at point 0, then it's deleted point 0, and then it's tried to select from point 1. There is no point 1, because there's only one entry now, because it deleted point 0. Making point 1 new point 0. Okay, so that's just not that breaking. I'm hoping I think it works. I don't get why every now and again it's just like, oh, I'm trying to divide by 0 here. It's annoying. Alright, activate. Right, so what I want to do is I want to add a new line of code here. If global dot current corridor is equal to global, that is not equal to or is less than global dot max corridor, then I want you to execute all this. The problem is because of how shit this is at moving things around. That's still to do with lengths, that's still the thing. That's still to do with this. Take all that. Go out one. Do that. Why are you grounding itself in one? Yeah, it should be like that. So it won't keep spawning corridors indefinitely now. It should have an end. Oh, for fuck's sake, we're broke again. Current corridor not set before reading it. What? Clearly is set, because I can see it's set right there. And clearly max corridor is set because that is right there. So, where the fuck are you getting this from? Line 14. If it is lowercase, or is it uppercase? Is it current corridor? I'm going to put max corridor. I'm going to put both of them on caps so that we guarantee that they're right. I think it was just because I had the caps in wrong. So now it should make a nice little L shape. Oh, fuck off. I honestly don't understand why it's trying to divide by 0. Because this thing cannot divide by 0. It's incapable. It's not even that one, it's this one. Is this one? No, it's door choice. This is not capable of dividing by 0. Because it only activates if A has a value. A is the length of an array. So if the array length has a value of 0, that means there is nothing in array A. Array A activates on line 40. Line 40, where it gets the opening list. The opening list will always have something in it because it has the numbers 1 to 4. The only time it loses a value is if A, it has an exit and then it loses just the exit value. B, it's against a wall, then it loses one of its wall values. Or C, if it already has a door. Oh wait, no, that is it. So it's just A and B. So, at most, it can have the corner coming in, the 2 corners, and then be fucking free to go that way. So, how the fuck does it have nothing there? And I can guarantee to you, none of these will be populated, so I can't even check out what it is. Error, and action this. Right, so it went to 118. Have I got walls activated? I do not. Good. Right, so it went to 118 and it chose. Wait. Exit 2. So it went to 119. Like this, and then it died in 120. So 120, not 119. Oh, we should play that. So it died in room 100. Ugh, this is really starting to rack my brain. I don't want to have to rewrite all this. But it looks like I might end up having to rewrite most of this code. Because I've got like an hour before I have to be at work. It's going to take forever to do. Alright guys, well, I'm afraid that's all I'm going to have time for today. I don't know what's my availability next week. I'm on guard today. General tomorrow. QRF. Guard. General. QRF. Guard. General. I might be available next Saturday. Over the course of this week, I'm going to try and get this code to work. I'm probably going to have to rewrite the entire thing because it doesn't seem to be working still.